Welcome back to episode 30 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. In today's episode, it's finally time to fire the engines back up and dive straight into our year 2 harvest season once again here on the Mega Dairy Farm. A few episodes back, we officially kicked things off with our first harvest of the year, starting with our wheat field just down the road from the farm. That wheat harvest couldn't have come at a better time, as we were dangerously close to running out of straw to keep our 900 dairy cows fed and bedded. Thankfully, after harvesting the wheat and baling every last row of straw, we were able to rebuild a massive straw stockpile that should comfortably carry us through the rest of the year. After wrapping up both the wheat harvest and the baling operation, we took a short pause on harvesting to focus on the business side of the farm, and that pause paid off in a big way. We were sitting on well over $1 million worth of soybeans from our year 1 harvest, and when prices spiked at the local co-op, we wasted no time taking advantage of it. We fired up our fleet of semi-trucks and hauled every last liter of soybeans out of the silos and into town for another massive payday. On top of that, our 900 dairy cows had built up a huge stockpile of milk, so we also hauled several loads down to the dairy and cashed in there as well. By the time everything was sold and the dust settled, we were sitting right around $1.6 million in the bank, putting us in the strongest financial position we've ever been in on this farm. With that kind of cash on hand, I decided it was finally time to make some major changes to our harvesting fleet. Earlier this season, we upgraded our auger wagon by bringing in the Brent Avalanche, and it has been an absolute game changer during the wheat harvest. But today, the big changes are coming to the combines themselves. As reliable as they've been, I've decided to officially retire both our John Deere S680 and our John Deere 9860 STS. These combines gave us a great start here on the Courtland MEGA Farm, but with the scale of farming we're moving into now, it's time for something bigger, stronger, and more modern. To kick things off, we'll be loading up both combines along with their draper and corn headers and sending everything down to the local dealership to get traded in. Since the 9860 STS doesn't have a rear hitch, I'll be tagging along in the Chevy Silverado, pulling one of the draper headers myself to make sure everything arrives safely. Once we get down to the dealership, we'll sell off the entire harvesting setup and immediately roll that money into our brand new fleet. The new combines joining the farm today are a brand we haven't run yet in Farming Simulator 25. I've decided to go all in on 2 brand new Fendt Ideal 10T combines. These machines are absolute monsters, packing 790 horsepower each and boasting grain tanks capable of holding over 17,000 liters. To pair with them, we'll also be picking up 2 Geringhoff Extreme Flex Razor 50-foot draper headers, which is a massive step up from the 40-foot headers we were running before. Between the horsepower increase and the wider headers, this should completely change the pace of our harvest going forward. Once the new combines and headers are purchased, we won't waste a single minute putting them to work. The first field we'll be harvesting today is conveniently located right beside the dealership, our newly created mega oat field. Earlier in year 2, we merged multiple fields together and planted the entire thing full of oats, and those oats are now fully mature and ready to come off. This massive field will be the perfect testing ground for our new Fendt Ideal combines. After getting both combines into the field and opening things up, we'll set them up on course play so they can run side by side efficiently. From there, we'll head back to the farm to fire up the Case Quadtrac 715 paired with our Brent Avalanche auger wagon, and we'll get both of our semi-trucks rolling as well. Once everything arrives at the field, the full operation will be underway. Combines harvesting nonstop, auger wagons unloading on the move, and semi-trucks hauling oats back to the silos using auto drive. It's a huge day here on the Courtland MEGA Dairy Farm. Over $1 million spent on upgrades, brand new combines hitting the field for the first time, and the official start of our first ever oat harvest on this farm. Let's fire up the engines, put this new harvesting fleet to the test, and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 31 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X MEGA Dairy Farm. In today's episode, our early season harvests are officially wrapped up, and for the first time in a while, we've got a short window before the massive fall harvest begins. That means it's time to shift gears once again and jump into some serious mid-season fieldwork here on the Mega Dairy Farm. Last episode was a huge one for this farm. After running our John Deere S680 and 9860 STS since the beginning of this series, we finally made the decision to retire them and bring in some serious power. We invested well over $1 million into two brand new Fendt Ideal 10 combines along with two Geringhoff XFR 50-foot draper headers. That upgrade completely changed our harvesting operation overnight. We wasted no time putting the new machines to work in our massive oat field. The mega field we created back at the start of year 2 by merging multiple properties together. Those new Fendts absolutely flew through that field, and we managed to wrap up the entire oat harvest in a single episode. Now I've got one of our John Deere 8, our 410 tractors running the Heston Square baler, cleaning up all of the straw left behind from that harvest. Every bale we produce adds to our growing straw stockpile, which is crucial for bedding and feeding our 900 dairy cows. Even though harvest is technically paused, the work never really stops here on the Mega Farm. With both our wheat and oat harvest complete, the only crops left standing are our soybeans and corn, and neither of those will be ready until fall. That gives us a critical opportunity to get back into the fields we've already harvested and start preparing them properly for next season. Our wheat field is fully cleared of bales. The trucks have hauled everything back to the yard, and now it's finally ready for some real soil work. To kick things off today, we'll start by addressing soil pH levels. I've already got our John Deere 8, our 410 hooked up to the DN 345 spreader, and we'll head down to the harvested wheat field to begin spreading lime. We'll get course plays set up to methodically cover every acre and bring those pH levels back up to optimal levels. Proper soil prep now means stronger yields later, especially as we continue scaling this dairy operation. Once the lime spreading is underway, we'll head back to the farm to fire up the Case Quadtrac 715 and the John Deere 9570 RT. Both tractors are hooked up to our Kins mock till discs, and we'll use those to work the lime into the soil while also mulching the field in the same pass. It's a perfect combination, knocking out multiple jobs at once and keeping the efficiency high. But that's only part of the plan today. Over at the dairy, we've been slightly neglecting something important, our slurry pit. At this point, we've got over 1.8 million liters of slurry buildup since the last time we seriously tackled it back in year 1. That's a massive amount of nutrients just sitting there, and today we're finally going to start putting it to work. We'll fire up the Case Steiger 535 and hook it to our GEL 48 manure spreader, then head back out to the same field to begin applying slurry. Not only will this boost our nitrogen levels naturally, but it'll also free up some much-needed space in our slurry storage. The real focus today, though, is logistics. We'll be using one of our semi-trucks, paired with a tanker trailer to haul slurry from the dairy farm to the field. I'll be setting up new auto drive routes so the truck can automatically return to the dairy, fill from the slurry pit, and then drive back to the field where I'll refill the spreader. Once that system is running smoothly, we'll head down to the dealership and pick up a second tanker trailer so we can run two trucks back and forth. With two tankers cycling, we should be able to keep the spreader moving non-stop without any downtime. Now that the dairy side of this farm is operating at full scale, we're producing serious amounts of manure and slurry. It's time to start treating manure management like a large-scale operation, just like we do with harvest. Today is all about dialing in those auto drive routes, fine-tuning the workflow, and setting ourselves up for the long term. By the end of the day, we'll have lime spread, tillage underway, straw baled, and thousands upon thousands of liters of slurry applied back into the soil, all while building a more efficient nutrient management system for the future of this mega dairy farm. There's a lot to get done today here in Courtland, Minnesota, so let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 32 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X MEGA Dairy Farm. In today's episode, we're diving right back into our mid-season field work as we continue preparing our farm for the massive fall harvest that's right around the corner. With our wheat and oat harvest now behind us, this is that crucial stretch of the season where we dial everything in soil health, nutrients, straw stockpiles, and make sure we're setting ourselves up for maximum yields later this year. Last episode, we kicked things off in our harvested wheat field. We started by spreading lime with our John Deere DN 345 dry spreader to raise the soil pH levels back into the optimal range. Once the lime was down, we followed up with our Kinsey mock till discs to work it into the soil properly and leave the field in great shape. After that, we shifted gears and brought out the slurry equipment, taking advantage of the 1.8 million liters of slurry that have been building up from our 900 dairy cows. By spreading slurry across this field, we not only boosted the nitrogen levels naturally, but also relieved some serious pressure from our slurry pit back at the Mega Dairy Farm. Now, even after spreading hundreds of thousands of liters, we've still got a lot left to move. And today we're going to finish the job. To kick things off, I'll be hopping into our Case Steiger 535, which is hooked up to the GEA slurry spreader, and we'll get back out into the field to wrap up the remaining acres. Just like last episode, our 2 semi-trucks pulling tanker trailers will be running fully automated on auto drive, hauling slurry back and forth from the dairy farm to the field. They'll refill from the slurry pit, make the trip out here, and top off the spreader whenever we run empty. This system has been working incredibly well, and once harvest wraps up later this year, I'm seriously considering expanding this operation with additional spreaders and tankers so we can cover multiple fields at once. While we finish up with slurry, we've got another operation running across the map. Our John Deere 8, our 410, is currently finishing up baling straw in our massive oat field that we harvested earlier this season. With the Heston square baler behind it, we're expecting somewhere around 200 large square bales sitting out in that field waiting to be collected. That straw is going to be huge for maintaining our TMR production and bedding needs for the 900 dairy cows. Once the slurry field is complete, we'll send that equipment back to the farm and shift our focus entirely to bale logistics. I'll grab one of our semi-trucks with a flatbed trailer and head over to the oat field to begin loading bales. After running the first load manually, I'll create new auto drive routes that allow the trucks to return to the north bale storage sheds and unload automatically. From there, the plan is to scale things up. I'll send a second truck down to the dealership to grab another flatbed trailer. One truck will be managed by Courseplay to load bales in the field, and once full, auto drive will take over and haul it back to the farm. Meanwhile, I'll be running the second truck myself to keep the process moving as efficiently as possible. With AI and manual hauling working together, we should be able to clear this field quickly and get all that straw safely stored before the weather turns. And once the oat field is fully cleared, we won't be done yet. We'll be bringing the lime spreader back out and repeating the same soil preparation process we completed on the wheat field, continuing to improve our soil quality and keep our mega dairy farm operating at peak efficiency. We're right in that grind phase of the season, spreading slurry, baling straw, improving soil, all the behind-the-scenes work that sets us up for massive harvest profits later in the year. So with plenty of acres to cover and a lot of liters still to move, let's fire up the engines and get back to work on the Courtland, Minnesota Mega Dairy Farm. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 33 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X MEGA Dairy Farm. In today's episode, it's finally time to fire the engines back up and dive headfirst into our year 2 fall harvest season. Over the last few episodes, we took a short pause from harvesting to handle some important work around the farm. But now the combines are rolling again, and we've got a long and profitable harvest ahead of us. Earlier this year, we kicked off the year 2 harvest by tackling our 2 early crops, wheat and oats, and the timing couldn't have been better. Our straw stockpile at the dairy was getting dangerously low, and after harvesting both fields and baling every last windrow, we were able to completely replenish it. We're now sitting at over 350 massive Heston straw bales, which gives us plenty of bedding and feed flexibility for our 900 dairy cows moving forward. While harvest was paused, we also took advantage of the downtime to get a head start on preparing for year 3. Our slurry pit had reached its highest level yet, climbing to over 1.8 million liters. So we pulled out our slurry spreading equipment and applied more than 400,000 liters to our harvested wheat field. Not only did that relieve some much-needed space in the pit, but it also boosted our nitrogen levels and saved us money on fertilizer. Once this fall harvest is wrapped up, we'll be coming back to slurry spreading and tillage in a big way, with plans to upgrade equipment so we can efficiently spread slurry across every field we own. But for now, it's time to shift gears and get back to harvesting. To kick things off today, we'll be firing up our entire harvesting fleet that's parked right behind me here at the Mega Dairy Farm. Before we hit the road, we'll get every machine fueled up and ready to go, then send everything down to our first soybean field of year 2. This field comes in at right around 60 acres. Not the biggest field we own, but soybeans are always a strong moneymaker and a perfect crop to start the fall harvest season with. This harvest is also extra special because it gives us another chance to put our brand new Fendt Ideal 10 combines to work. And this will be our first ever harvest using the new row crop system on a supported crop. Once we arrive at the field, I'll get both combines set up on course play so they can harvest side by side. Then we'll open up the field and officially kick off our year 2 fall harvest. As soon as the headlands are cleared, I'll bring in our 2 semi-trucks and jump into our Case Quadtrac 715 paired with the Brent Avalanche 1596 auger wagon. From there, we'll start carting soybeans from the combines to the trucks so everything can be hauled straight back to our silos at the Mega Dairy Farm. With 2 Ideal 10s running, this first field should go fairly quickly. And once we're nearing the end, we're not done yet. I'll hop into one of the trucks and take a short drive down the road to check out another soybean field nearby. There's a larger soybean field right next to our farm that we don't currently own, and today I've decided we're going to buy it and harvest it immediately. With that purchase, we'll more than double our soybean acreage for the day and push past 120 acres harvested, setting us up for a very solid payday. After wrapping up the first field, we'll pack up the entire harvesting fleet, hit the road once again, and move everything over to the newly purchased field to finish off the day harvesting as much as possible. Cash is going to get a little tight after buying the new land, but thankfully our dairy cows have been producing plenty of milk. And once the soybean harvest is complete, we'll be firing up the trucks to sell milk so we can prepare for the corn harvest, including purchasing corn headers for our new combines. We've got a huge day ahead of us here on the Courtland, Minnesota Mega Dairy Farm as we officially kick off the year 2 fall harvest season, expand the farm, and start stacking up some serious profit. So let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 34 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X MEGA Dairy Farm. In today's episode, our year 2 fall harvest season continues, and things are about to ramp up in a big way as we work on wrapping up our soybean harvest and officially transitioning into our corn harvest. If you caught the previous episode, you'll remember that we kicked off the fall harvest season by firing up our 2 brand new Fendt Ideal 10 combines for the very first time. We sent them straight down to our first 65-acre soybean field, and with their massive 50-foot draper headers, they made quick work of that field. Once that first field was finished, I decided to push things a step further and purchase a second soybean field, almost identical in size, at another 65 acres. That decision brought our total soybean harvest for year 2 to around 130 acres, and those beans are going to play a big role in setting us up financially for the future. Even though we won't be selling them until year 3, this harvest alone should turn into a very solid payday once prices peak. Right now, we're about halfway through harvesting this second soybean field, and all of our equipment is sitting idle for the moment. Before we fire the combines back up, there's an important issue we need to address. After purchasing the new combines and expanding our land base, our bank account is sitting at around $100,000, and with our corn harvest right around the corner, that's a bit of a problem, especially since we don't currently own any corn headers for our new combines. Thankfully, we do have a solution. To kick things off today, we'll be jumping into the Chevy Silverado and heading back to the farmyard to start a milk selling operation. Since the last time we sold milk, our 900 dairy cows have built up over $600,000 worth of milk, and that money is exactly what we need right now. I'll clear out any equipment in the way, fire up our international semi-truck, hook it up to our food-grade tanker trailer, and get it set up on auto drive so it can start hauling load after load of milk into town. The plan is simple. While the milk is being sold in the background, we'll keep harvesting soybeans. If everything goes smoothly, by the time we finish this second soybean field, we should have well over $300,000 in the bank, which will allow us to head straight to the dealership and purchase 2 brand new Geringhoff 2030 corn headers. That single upgrade will officially unlock our corn harvest. Once the milk hauling operation is running smoothly, we'll return to the soybean field, fire up both Fendt Ideal 10 combines, and finish off our final soybean harvest of year 2. After that, our entire harvesting fleet will be packed up, hauled back to the farm, washed, serviced, and prepped for the next major phase of the season. From there, it's time to head to the 250-acre mega field of corn. Once all of our equipment arrives, including the combines now equipped with their new Geringhoff corn headers, we'll begin setting everything up on courseplay. We'll start by opening up the headlands of this massive field, then bring in our semi-trucks and start unloading through our Brent Avalanche 1596 auger wagon. This marks the largest harvest we'll take on during year 2, and it'll also be our first ever corn harvest using the new row crop system, which should make this field look more realistic than anything we've harvested before. So we got a lot on the agenda today, selling over $600,000 worth of milk, finishing the soybean harvest, buying new corn headers, and officially kicking off our corn harvest. Let's fire up the engines and get back to work here on the Courtland, Minnesota Mega Dairy Farm. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 35 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X MEGA Dairy Farm. In today's episode, our year 2 fall harvest season rolls on, and we're stepping into the biggest harvest challenge we've faced so far in this series as we take on our largest field to date, the 250-acre mega corn field. Last episode, we officially wrapped up our soybean harvest, and it was a very successful one. From just over 130 acres of soybeans, we managed to bring in more than 465,000 liters of beans. Once prices peak, that crop alone should net us over $1 million in profit, which is going to play a huge role in funding future upgrades as we head toward year 3. After finishing the soybeans, we brought our entire harvesting fleet back to the farmyard, got everything washed up, serviced, and parked, and put our draper headers away. From there, it was time for a major upgrade. We headed down to the local dealership and purchased 2 brand new Geringhoff 2030 corn headers for our Fendt Ideal 10 combines. These headers are over 15 meters wide and can harvest 20 rows of corn at once, which is a massive leap forward from the 12-row headers we were running on our John Deere combines back in year 1. With the new headers installed, we made our way straight over to the mega corn field that we created earlier this year by merging multiple fields together into one massive 250-acre block. This is by far the largest field we currently own on the farm. And while it's definitely pushing the limits of running just 2 combines, this field alone has the potential to bring in some huge profits once we get it fully harvested. To kick things off today, we'll be jumping into the Case Quadtrac 715 that's sitting right behind me. This beast of a tractor has been paired with our Brent Avalanche 1596 auger wagon, and it's been the backbone of our harvest operation as we work to keep the combines unloaded and moving. Up on the north side of the field, our 2 Fendt Ideal 10 combines are already set up on courseplay, harvesting side by side as efficiently as possible. Right now, we're relying on just 1 auger wagon for the entire operation, so I'll be doing my best to keep up with the combines and avoid any downtime. Looking ahead to year 3, adding a second auger wagon and possibly even another combine is definitely something we're going to have to seriously consider if we want to keep scaling this operation. At this point, we've already cleared all of the headlands, and the combines are working their way through the main body of the field. There's still well over 200 acres of corn left to harvest. But even so, we've already hauled over 250,000 liters of corn back to the farm and into our grain bins. By the time this field is finished, I'm expecting we'll be sitting at well over 1 million liters of corn just from this single field. Between the soybean harvest we just wrapped up and this massive corn harvest, year 2 is shaping up to deliver another huge payday, and that money is going to open the door to some serious upgrades as we move into the next year of the series. The goal for today is simple. Keep the combines rolling and harvest as much of this 250-acre mega field as possible before the day is over. We've got a lot of corn left standing, a lot of grain to move, and a lot of work ahead of us. So let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 36 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X MEGA Dairy Farm. In today's episode, we're jumping right back into our year 2 fall harvest as we take on one of the biggest jobs of the season, harvesting this massive 200-acre cornfield. The fall harvest season has been building momentum over the past few episodes, and now we're right in the thick of it as we start bringing in the crops that are going to make or break our year 2 profits. We kicked off the year 2 fall harvest by starting with our soybean harvest, beginning in the 65-acre field we planted back in the spring. That field gave us the perfect opportunity to really put our 2 brand new Fendt Ideal 10 combines to the test, and they absolutely delivered. After wrapping up that first field, I decided to double down and invest a bit more by purchasing a second 65-acre soybean field that sits just across the road from the Mega Dairy Farm. By the time we finished harvesting both of those fields, we had brought in a combined total of over 465,000 liters of soybeans, all of which are now safely stored in our grain silos. If we hang on to those beans and wait for prices to peak in year 3, they should turn in nearly $1 million in profit, which will be huge for the future of this farm. With the soybean harvest officially wrapped up, we brought our entire harvesting fleet back to the farmyard to get everything washed, serviced, and reconfigured for the next big challenge, corn. This marks a major step up in scale, because now we're shifting gears from relatively manageable soybean fields into over 250 acres of corn that still need to be harvested before winter sets in. We started the corn harvest in our largest field, a massive 200-acre mega field. And this field has really been pushing our operation to its limits. Right now, our 2 Fendt Ideal 10 combines are sitting right behind me, working on opening up the final section of this field. We've already made some great progress. Well over half of the field is finished, and so far we've hauled more than 1 million liters of corn back to the Mega Dairy Farm. All of that grain is already sitting in our silo system, and by the time this field is completely finished, I'm expecting that number to climb to 1.5 million liters or more. To kick things off today, I'll be getting both of our Fendt Ideal 10 combines set back up on courseplay so they can continue harvesting the remaining acres side by side. Both machines are running the Geringhoff 20-row corn headers, and while these headers have been a massive upgrade in capacity, they've also exposed one of the biggest bottlenecks in our operation, keeping the combines unloaded. With only a single auger wagon in the field, things can get pretty hectic once both combines are running flat out. That's where I'll come in, jumping into our case quad-track 715 paired with the Brent Avalanche 1596 auger wagon. This setup has been doing a solid job keeping up so far, but it's become very clear that if we want to scale up even more in year 3, a second auger wagon is going to be a must to keep these combines moving nonstop. Along the edge of the field, our fleet of semi-trucks is once again lined up and ready to go. All 3 trucks are set up on auto drive, waiting for me to load their trailers from the auger wagon. Once they're full, they'll automatically make the long haul back to the farmyard, unload into the silo system, and return to the field to repeat the process. This setup has been critical for keeping grain flowing steadily off the field and preventing any major backups. Once we finally get this 200-acre corn field wrapped up, we're not done just yet. I'll be packing up the entire harvesting fleet and sending everything across the map to Field 18, a 52-acre cornfield that we planted back in the spring of year 2. That field will be the final harvest of the year, and once it's finished, we can officially close the books on our year 2 fall harvest. By the time all the corn is harvested, I'm expecting us to be sitting close to 2 million liters of corn in storage. When you combine that with the wheat, oats, soybeans, and corn we've harvested throughout year 2, we're lining ourselves up for a massive payday that should fund some serious upgrades heading into year 3. So with that said, the goal for today is simple. Keep the combines rolling, keep the trucks moving, and get as much corn harvested as possible so we can start preparing for our upcoming fall tillage work. We've got a lot to do, so let's fire up the engines and get to work here on the Courtland, Minnesota Mega Dairy Farm. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 37 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X MEGA Dairy Farm. In today's episode, we're finally wrapping up our Year 2 fall harvest as we work on harvesting the final few acres in this 50-acre cornfield, bringing our entire Year 2 harvest season to an end. Over the past few episodes, we've been extremely busy working through every acre that we currently own here on the Mega Dairy Farm. We started the year by harvesting our 70-acre wheat field, which gave us a great start to the harvest season and helped replenish our straw supply for the dairy cows. After that, we moved over to our 150-acre oat mega field, where we were able to really put our brand new Fendt Ideal 10 combines to work and harvest that entire field with their massive draper headers. Once fall arrived, it was time to dive into the main harvest season, where we harvested 2 soybean fields totaling over 130 acres, bringing in a nice stockpile of beans that we'll be holding on to until the prices rise in the future. After the soybeans were finished, we switched over to corn, starting off in our massive 250-acre mega field, which by far has been the biggest harvest we've tackled this year. Now today we find ourselves in the final field of the year, this 50-acre cornfield, where we'll be harvesting the last remaining acres and officially bringing our Year 2 harvest season to a close. So far throughout our corn harvest, we've managed to bring in over 1.8 million liters of corn, all of which is now safely stored in our grain silos back at the Mega Farm. With only a few acres left to harvest, I'm not expecting that number to grow too much higher, but hopefully by the time everything is finished, we'll be sitting right around 2 million liters of corn stored away, which should translate into a massive payday once the winter corn prices begin to rise. With the harvest now coming to an end, we're starting to get very close to closing the books on Year 2 here on the Mega Dairy Farm. But before we officially move on to the next year, there's still quite a few jobs that need to be taken care of around the farm. Our manure and slurry pits are starting to fill up once again, and soon we'll be diving into a large tillage and manure spreading operation to prepare our fields for Year 3. But before we get back into the fields for that work, we've got some important chores to take care of around the dairy farm itself. To kick things off today, we'll fire up our Fendt Ideal 10 combines for the final time in Year 2. There are only a handful of passes left to harvest here in this field, so it shouldn't take long before we officially wrap up the harvest. Once the combines are rolling, I'll jump back into the Case Quadtrac 715, which is paired with our Brent Avalanche 1596 auger wagon, and we'll continue chasing the combines to unload them and get the final loads of corn delivered over to our semi-trucks waiting on the edge of the field. From there, the trucks will haul the corn back to the farm so we can store the final harvest in our grain silos. After the last kernels of corn are harvested, we'll pack up our entire harvesting fleet and send everything back to the farmyard so we can get all of the equipment washed, serviced, and parked in the sheds for the winter. Once the equipment is taken care of, it'll be time to turn our attention back to the dairy operation, which has been a little neglected while we've been focused on the harvest. The first thing we'll be doing is firing up our international semi-truck with a Walker food-grade tanker trailer and setting it back up on auto drive so it can continue hauling our milk into town to be sold off. With over 1,000 dairy cows producing milk every day, this will bring in some much-needed income for the farm. And speaking of the dairy cows, things have actually changed quite a bit over at the dairy barn since the last time we checked in on them. At the start of the series, we purchased 900 dairy cows, even though our barn had the capacity to hold up to 1,400. Over the past few months, those cows have been busy, and during the harvest season, they've given birth to over 500 calves, meaning our herd has now grown to the full capacity of 1,400 cows here on the Mega Dairy Farm. The problem is, while we've been focused on the harvest, the cows have managed to eat through our entire stockpile of feed. Right now, the only food they have left is the meadow they're grazing in, which means today we'll need to get back into our commodity shed and start mixing a large batch of total mixed ration to refill the feed troughs. To do that, I'll fire up both of our international 4,900 feed trucks and set them back up on auto drive. With the routes we already built earlier in the series, these trucks will automatically pull into the loading bay inside our commodity shed, where I'll load them full of silage, hay, straw, and mineral feed. The trucks will then mix everything together into TMR and deliver it over to the dairy barn, before returning to the shed to repeat the process. This system has worked extremely well since we first set it up, but today we'll really be putting it to the test as our goal is to mix at least 400,000 liters of TMR to completely refill the feed troughs for our growing herd of dairy cows. Getting the cows fully fed again will allow us to advance time further into fall and begin preparing for the next big operation here on the farm. So there's a lot to do today on the Courtland, Minnesota Mega Dairy Farm as we wrap up our year 2 harvest season and take care of our rapidly growing dairy herd. So let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Courtland, Minnesota, 4X Map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 38 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X MEGA Dairy Farm. In today's episode, it's time to fire the tractors back up and get back out into the fields as we begin our fall field work and start preparing our land for the next round of crops. Last episode, we officially wrapped up our year 2 fall harvest season, and it ended up being one of the busiest harvest seasons we've had so far on the Mega Dairy Farm. Over the past few episodes, we harvested hundreds of acres of wheat, oats, soybeans, and corn, all with our brand new Fendt Ideal 10 combines. Those combines absolutely tore through the fields this year. And once we finished harvesting the final few acres of corn, we finally brought the entire harvesting fleet back to the farmyard, washed everything up, and parked the combines away for the winter. After the harvest was officially finished, we shifted our focus back to the dairy farm itself. Because while we were busy out in the fields, our 1,400 dairy cows had been a little bit neglected. By the time the harvest wrapped up, our cows had completely emptied their feed troughs. So in the last episode, we spent quite a bit of time inside of our large commodity shed mixing up fresh feed. Using our automated feed system, we mixed and delivered over 400,000 liters of total mixed ration, and we managed to completely refill the feed trough capacity for our cows. With all of the cows now well fed and taken care of, I was able to advance time forward to the end of October, which means harvest season is officially behind us, and it's finally time to begin preparing our fields for the next crop cycle. So to kick things off today, we're going to jump into our Chevy Silverado pickup truck and make our way over to the equipment sheds. The first field we're going to focus on today is our massive 250-acre mega field, which we just recently harvested corn from during the fall harvest. Instead of leaving this field empty for the winter, I've decided that we're actually going to plant winter wheat in this field before the snow arrives. But before we can get the planter out there, we first need to prepare the soil and get the nutrient levels where they need to be. The very first job we'll be tackling today is raising the nitrogen levels. And we're going to do that by using up the over 2 million liters of slurry that has been building up in our slurry pit at the dairy farm. To get this operation started, I'll be sending our Case Quadtrac 715 down to the local dealership so we can purchase a second GA liquid manure spreader. Having 2 spreaders running should allow us to cover this massive field much faster. While the Quadtrac makes its way down to the dealership, I'll start firing up the rest of our slurry spreading equipment. Our Case Steiger 535, which is already attached to our first GA slurry spreader, will be the first tractor heading out to the field. I'll get that tractor on the road and send it over to Field 41, which is our 250-acre field that we harvested corn from earlier this fall. After that, I'll grab a couple of our semi-trucks and hook them up to our large liquid manure tanker trailers. And we'll get those trucks sent over to the field as well, so they can start hauling slurry from the dairy farm out to the spreaders. Once all of the equipment arrives at the field, I'll begin setting up our slurry spreaders using Courseplay. I'll be running one of the spreaders myself today, while Courseplay takes control of the second tractor, so both machines can work the field at the same time. We'll also be setting up auto-drive routes for our slurry hauling trucks. Once a spreader runs empty, it will pull up to the edge of the field, where one of our tanker trucks will meet it and refill the spreader with slurry. Once the tanker trailer runs empty, the truck will automatically return to the dairy farm, refill its tank from the slurry pit, and then head right back to the field to keep the operation moving. If everything works the way it should, this system will allow our trucks to continuously deliver slurry to the field, keeping both spreaders running nonstop while we work through this massive field. While all of that is happening, we also have another job running across the map. Our John Deere 8, our 410, which is pulling one of our John Deere DN 345 lime spreaders, have been working earlier in the year spreading lime on our oat mega field. That job is now finished, so once I get a little bit of time away from the slurry operation, we'll jump into that tractor and move it over to the next field so it can begin spreading lime once again. After we finish spreading slurry across the entire 250-acre field, we'll follow up with our DN 345 lime spreaders to raise the soil pH levels. Once both the slurry and lime have been applied, we'll bring out our disc cultivators and work everything into the soil so the field is fully prepared for planting. And if everything goes according to plan, we should be able to get this entire 250-acre mega field planted with winter wheat before winter arrives. Lots of work to do today on the Courtland, Minnesota Mega Dairy Farm. So let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new Mega Farm series on Courtland, Minnesota for XMAP, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 39 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. In today's episode, we're heading back out into our massive 250-acre mega field as we continue preparing this field so we can finally get it seeded with winter wheat before the snow arrives. Last episode, we officially kicked off our year 2 fall field work, and the main goal right now is to get this entire field fully prepared so we can get our wheat planted before the planting window closes. Since we're now approaching the end of October, our time to get this crop in the ground before winter is starting to shrink very quickly. To get this field fully prepared, we still have several steps that need to be completed. First, we need to raise the nitrogen levels in the soil by spreading manure. Then we need to raise the pH levels by applying lime. And finally, we'll have to work everything into the soil by running our tillage equipment across the field before we can finally bring out our Vaderstad Seed Hawk Air drill and begin planting the wheat. Right now, our liquid manure spreading operation is still running strong behind us. Since we started this job in the last episode, we've already managed to spread over 500,000 liters of liquid manure across this field, and we're not finished yet. This has actually worked out perfectly for us because our manure pit back at the dairy farm had climbed all the way up to 2.1 million liters. So getting this manure applied to the field has helped relieve a lot of pressure from the pit, while also giving our soil a big boost in nitrogen. To kick things off today, we'll jump into our Chevy Silverado pickup truck and make our way across the field to check in on our equipment. Just across the road from here is our international semi-truck that I parked at the end of the last episode. I'll hop into the truck and head back to the farmyard so we can hook it up to our Trout River rear lift live bottom trailer. Once the trailer is attached, we'll head down to the local co-op where we'll get it loaded up with lime. After that, we'll bring the truck back across the road where our John Deere 8, our 410, is currently sitting in our 70-acre field, already attached to our DN 345 dry box spreader. Once everything is hooked up, we'll send both the lime truck and the 8, our tractor, over to our 250-acre mega field so we can begin spreading lime across the entire field. Once our lime spreading operation is underway, it'll be time to start preparing the ground that has already received both manure and lime. Normally, I would bring out our Kins mock tilled discs for this step, but instead I've decided to make a bit of an equipment upgrade. Today we'll be trading in those discs and replacing them with a brand new Hilco HC 1010 harrow. This machine is absolutely massive, coming in at 84 feet wide. And the biggest advantage of this harrow is that it will allow us to mulch and cultivate the field in a single pass. With just this one machine, we'll be able to cover more ground than we could with both of our mock tilled discs combined. To run the new harrow, we'll be hooking it up to our John Deere 9570 RT. And once that tractor arrives in the field, we'll begin working behind our manure and lime spreading operations. As soon as we start running the harrow across this field, we'll officially be entering the final stage of field preparation before planting. After the harrow is up and running, we'll head back to the farmyard with our Case Quadtrac 715, which should be finishing up the last of the manure spreading by that point. We'll drop off the manure spreader, give the tractor a quick wash, and then make a trip down to the dealership for another major equipment upgrade. For this upgrade, we'll actually be taking out a loan from the bank, which we'll plan to pay off later in the winter when we sell off or store grain. I've decided to trade in the Case Quadtrac 715 and replace it with a brand new Case Quadtrac 785. If you've been following the series, you might remember that we leased a Quadtrac 785 during our year 2 spring planting, and that tractor handled our massive Vaderstad Seed Hawk Air drill much better than our current 715. Because of that, I've decided it's finally time to make the upgrade permanent. Once we have the new Quadtrac 785, we'll bring it back to the farm, hook it up to our Vaderstad Seed Hawk, and then start making our way over to the 250-acre mega field so we can finally begin planting our wheat. When we arrive at the field, we'll get the Seed Hawk fully configured along with a 9,500-gallon fertilizer caddy that we'll be pulling behind it. I'll set up a courseplay course for the field, but for the most part, one plan to handle the seeding myself, while courseplay is available if we need an AI worker to take over while we check in on the rest of the operations around the farm. So we've got a lot of equipment coming out today as we try to get this entire 250-acre mega field prepared and planted before winter rolls in. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, Please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Thanks for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe.